So when it comes to why the Zwift record and why going for the record, it's an interesting question. There's one way to answer it where it's like, there's one way to answer it where if you have the ability to break a world record, why not? There's this voice inside my head, like, who doesn't want to say that they've done something better than anyone else in recorded history has? Like, that's a pretty cool type of thing just from a human aspect. It's not enough for me, honestly. Like I said, I'm not a racer. Oh, the biggest thing, once again, is pulling the most out of myself. I recognize that on the days when I know I could have gone harder, which haven't happened for a while because I don't like to let it happen anymore, that I know that I could have, realistically. I'm not talking about like dreams. Everyone is like, oh, I should have went harder at this point, or I should have been. I'm talking, I know that I had more in the tank and I left some on the field. I don't like those days. So the number one outcome and biggest thing that'll happen is that I'll give it my all and do everything that I can the day of. Someone sent me a Steve Prefontaine quote about something to the effect of, he was a great cross-country racer, and he said something to the effect of, someone may beat me, but they're gonna have to bleed to do it, which is a total racer mentality. Like, I am gonna take you down, you are gonna have to work super hard at this to even get close to beating me or whatever. And I think that's what they were thinking of my mentality. Like I'm some shark out there that's like, don't come close to me or I'll bite you type of thing. Anyone who's like rode or done events with me or something typically knows that I'm not out there to get you, or I'm not fierce or competitive or testosterone like banging on my chest type of person. It's totally not who I am. Inside my head though is a totally different story. Inside my head, it is that way. Inside my head, it's like, you can do this. Like, this is weak if you quit type of deal. Like I said, a lot of my mental game is from Goggins. And so there's some harsh realities in there that like don't even come out verbally for me. They're just a lot of like pushing myself type of things. So I changed that quote to, someone may beat me, but they're gonna have to beat me beating myself. And that's kind of a good way to sum up my mentality. Like, I'm there to pull as much as I can out of myself. And so with this record attempt, I realized that pulling the most out of myself means setting records. So if I want to do these things, and I was just gonna do them anyway because it's what I like to do and what's cool, I might as well do the record setting and everything with it. So the optimal, like, top of the world outcome would be to accomplish like all of the goals, which there's quite a few. We're talking about this as if it's a record attempt, but there's the Guinness World Record attempt, there's the longest known Zwift ride, and there's the World Ultra Cycling Association World Records. Each of those have their own dynamics in terms of challenge of completing them. And some of those from like a logistical standpoint, that we have a lot of like rules and guidelines and things to follow, and we could be disqualified by messing up there. Then there's also the physical aspect of accomplishing them. Something that's really kind of interesting about this attempt is that the World Ultra Cycling Association hasn't actually had virtual records happen yet. They have a process for doing it, but there's none completed. So, and I don't know if we add this now or later or something, but a little like sneak peek into it is that, and as long as I pedal for 24 hours, I'll technically set 12 world records because they're uncompleted. So it'll be the fastest like 100, 200, 300, and 500 mile ride, the fastest 100, 200, 300, 500, 1000K ride, and the longest 6, 12, and 24 hour ride. Realistically, 6 or 7 of those are going to stand for a while. I don't know how long. There's so many amazing people out there. Who knows who comes and goes for it. My hope actually is that some of those don't stand very long, and that people go out there and get after it. And I mean, I'm gonna put, because the whole thing's pretty fast, so I'm gonna put up a pretty decent 100-mile time. but not unbeatable if that's your goal. Like, I'm gonna cycle 20 hours past that. So someone should go out there and get that, because they're like, oh look, this guy set all these records, I can go and get that one. That's cool to me. I love to inspire, and it's been really cool part of this to start sharing as much stress and challenge as it has been. It's been really cool to hear from people that them seeing me makes them want to do more, or made them push harder today or something like that. Like, especially because naturally as a therapist, I want to do that for people, is really cool. So currently my day looks like 3:30 a.m. up, eating, drinking a little bit, getting on the bike, 4 a.m. pretty much on the dot every day, riding 2.5 hours minimum so that I can be done at 6:30, help get breakfast ready for the kids and ourselves, eat breakfast at 7 with the family. And then if it's a work day, go to work and come back home, and that's pretty much like the day. But on days that we're more flexible, which I'll explain here in a minute, I will often double in the afternoon because we have young kids and they've taken naps in the middle of the day. And so there's some downtime naturally there where I can get more training hours in. And then on the weekends, especially during certain times of the year, I will go longer on Saturdays in the morning sometimes, or I'll make those doubles longer. For the longest time, I've always prioritized the family time and having as little impact on the family as possible in terms of taking time away. And so it's been a lot of double workouts instead of really long ones. You hear people every Saturday, they go out for 4 or 5, 6, 7 hours, half the day or whatever. I'll still do 3 or 4 hours in the morning, but then I'll also do 2 or 3 hours in the afternoon so that it's broken up and I still have good chunks with the family and I'm not just like gone the whole day. And that's how it looks now, but like reversing a little bit, since I haven't always trained 25, 26 hours a week like I do now. Before that, it was really easy to keep in the mornings, and it was really easy to do with work 5 days a week. But then as I've gotten more and more into it, I've changed my work schedule a little bit to the point where now I work a little bit less during the week. In a traditional format, I supervise a couple therapists, which gives me a little bit more free time, like flexible time. And so now I work less days during the week and I have more of those days to work on training and other family stuff. So for a good year, we had a really good setup where we would work Monday through Wednesday, my wife and I, full time. Thursday and Friday, we would have some work stuff to do, but not very much. And so we'd have a lot of family time, and we did a lot of just family time stuff. And now that I've taken this on more professionally, those days have become for trying to do everything in that time frame, which has made those days stressful now too. So now we're back to feeling like we're working all the time. But it's a constant ebb and flow, figuring out what works for you. Another thing about the schedule, I see a lot of people struggle when they have young kids, especially like newborns, in their like training or work or balance in general with life. And I was in such a growth phase when we had our second. Like I was about a year into cycling and it was going really well. And I really didn't want to like give up the progress I had made. So I was really dedicated to trying to make it work if it could. And so I had a wild schedule when we had a newborn, because we have this new member of our family who's up all kinds of weird times, and I never wanted to be the kind of father and husband that just said, deal with this, and I've got other things. Especially at that point, cycling was a hobby. So I certainly wasn't gonna like say, deal with the child while I go and do my hobby. It wasn't anything special at that point. It was just me grinding. But my schedule got really wonky then. Like there were a lot of days where I would help with the kids at nighttime, get them to bed. We'd go to sleep pretty much right after them because we're so tired all the time at that point. I would sleep for 3 or 4 hours and help get up with the baby, help as much as I could at that point. My wife was doing a lot of the nighttime stuff because she was the feeder. But I'd get up and put him back down and try and help out as much as I could. And since I was like up and awake and everything, I just I say naturally, it's not natural at all. I would go jump on the bike for a training session. I'd come back down. It'd probably be time to do another feeding at that point, honestly, because it's a couple hours. I'd help with that, put baby back down. I'd go to sleep for a while. I'd get up and either go to work or train again. And so for the longest time, I was doing these like 4-hour sleeping stints, 3 or 4 hour sleeping stints, and just like fitting training in the middle of the night. Like I met a lot of Europeans on Zwift because that's just when I was on. I was 9 hours ahead of schedule with them. Or I did a lot of, in the summertime, super early, really nighttime rides. Honestly, like I got really comfortable, probably too comfortable, with riding at like 1 a.m. Like I'd be on the roads at 1 or 2 a.m. No one's out there. And well, that's what's nice about it around here. It worked that way because I live here in northern Utah, about 40 minutes north of Salt Lake. And if I leave from here and go north, I'm in the country like that. And there's no one out there, just me. Like my biggest fear was animals. Actually, raccoons were like probably the worst because they would scurry across the road. But yeah, I would just ride in the middle of the night. And I didn't know it at the time, but I started to get a reputation of this like guy who's doing these crazy training sessions in the middle of the night on Zwift or even out in the real world. So schedule got really crazy there for a while. The reason I switched to cycling was mostly because of an injury and getting injured over and over and over again. About 4.5 years ago now, I came out of grad school. I was working a couple years, and then we had put on some weight from just the years of grad school and not having sports or anything in our lives. Our oldest was actually born, and we were like just barely had him new, and we had talked about losing weight and getting healthy for a while. But now, like, holding him there, it was very evident that we wanted to do that really badly. Like, we wanted to run around with this guy. We wanted to be healthy for this guy. We wanted to be around healthily as long as we could in his life. And so it was a great motivator to say, you know what, we've tried a bunch, but this is it. This is like go time. There's no more messing around anymore with this. So I lost the weight and immediately got back into running because running had always been my thing. And when I lost the weight, it was 100 pounds over the course of like 7, 8, 9 months or something like that. Yeah, the next spring I ran a marathon, and I had never really had a goal of like going to Boston, but I knew that my training was close enough to maybe get me qualified to go there, and that would be cool to go there if it ever worked out. And so I gave it a shot to qualify for Boston, which I did by like 6 minutes or something. So it was like a 2:54 or 2:55 or something, which I knew going into Ogden Marathon would be like around top 10 in like the Ogden Marathon finish. I think I was like 11th that day or something, or 12th. And I was like on top of the world. Like, this is awesome. I'm just barely getting started. I'm gonna like kick butt and just run marathons for a long time. And it wasn't long after that my knee and ankle issues just got like bad. Every week it would flare up and I'd have to hold back a little bit. And then eventually got to the point where it was like uncomfortable to run. And I was like, okay, I gotta take some time off. And I'd take time off, but then I wouldn't like ease back into it. And I also wouldn't like strength train and cross train like I should have. I know so much more now that I maybe could have done to keep running going. But eventually it just got so injured from my overuse of it and wanting to do more and more and more and go faster and faster and faster that I like couldn't run like basically at all. So what got me into cycling was my brother had a like Walmart mountain bike here in my garage. And I'm like, I guess I'm just gonna go try and get on the bike and see. I biked a ton as a kid, never competitively. There was never any like mountain biking or anything back when I was younger that was competitive like it is now. And so I was like, well, I don't know. I've always thought maybe I would do triathlons. So I guess maybe I could get into cycling for a while I'm healing from running. And I'm remembering now that was kind of the thought process. And so I got on the bike and knee didn't hurt like at all. And so I rode the mountain bike for like 2 or 3 days before I was like, okay, I'm gonna get a road bike, and rode bike once again, thinking this will kind of bridge the gap and I'll get into triathlons probably. This will be a good way to get into it because I can swim good, I can run okay, and maybe I can bike okay. We'll see what happens. And I got the road bike, clipped in for my first time in late June, like almost July time of that year. And it just took off from there. That same year is the first year that I rode Lodija, the ride version, 208 miles. That's in early September, and this was like end of June, beginning of July. So I didn't actually decide to ride in Lodija until like end of July, beginning of August time, like 1 month out. Because someone mentioned it to me when I first got a bike, and I was like, yeah, that's stupid. That's like, who bikes that far? That's ridiculous. And then next thing I know, I'm like riding 100-mile rides over and over and over again. And I'm like, I think I'll do that stupid thing. that sounds fun. Yep, so it was 2022 Ogden Marathon that I qualified for Boston. That summer was rough, but then that fall time, I got into biking. I rode Lodija. It was probably still to this day one of the hardest things that I've ever done, that ride alone, because I wasn't that far into cycling and I didn't know how to ride in groups. And it's the ride version, so you're not like with a group anyway, and I didn't know anyone. Like I literally hadn't rode with another cyclist once before that, because group cycling's huge, right? It's how everyone rides and races and everything. And so I spent maybe a couple hours of that day with other people in like these small groups, but I didn't know how to like hold a wheel or pull through or anything that cyclists do. And so I think it was like 11 hours and 15 minutes or something. and like 11 hours of basically pedaling or whatever. So I had the worst cramps of my life that night. The cramps where it's like on opposing muscles, and so you can't like relieve it. Yeah, you can't push out, you can't flex this way, just like wanting to like curl up in a ball and cry, but like it just hurt so bad that whole night. So yeah, that's how I got into cycling. And ironically enough, after that loaded, I was like, I want to do that again, but better. So it's very humbling. It's been very humbling. I think this is one of the keys. I think there's many keys that have made me a really good ultra cyclist. And one of them here is being a mental health therapist has made me see that people go through way harder things than I will hopefully ever go through, but certainly that I have up to this point, and done it with grace and dignity and power and strength, and most of all, positivity. And so when I think of like my cush life and the opportunity that I have to have a lot and to be healthy and everything, it means that the things that I'm gonna do, I'm going to take that spirit into them. And I'm not gonna sit there and complain about the challenge that I have when I know that you can go through incredibly challenging things and persevere. I am part of this system, a family, my wife and my kids now, but I grew up in a family with my parents and my brother. And so I'm very close to these family members and people, and they've given me a lot, and I like to give back to them as much as I can. And that comes in several different ways. Around the time that I was thinking of taking on this record attempt, I've recognized that there was a lot of people who do charitable aspects to these type of things. It's just a good way to get some cause out there that you find important, because you have kind of a spotlight on what's happening. And around that same time, my mom was diagnosed with breast cancer, and it was kind of shocking. Well, it was very shocking to us, because she hasn't been sick or anything. Luckily, it's all been discovered early enough that hopefully everything will be okay, and it looks like it's okay, but she does have to do chemo and surgeries and the whole 9 yards when it comes to all that yucky cancer stuff. And so, like I said, those kind of happened around the same time. And so it just was obvious to me, like, oh, I want to do this for breast cancer. Since then, we've discovered and found out that we want to support the National Breast Cancer Foundation. And in addition to setting up a GoFundMe if people want to support my mom directly as well. Luckily, like I said, everything looks pretty good for her, and we're not in a huge need that we're saying we absolutely need something. But if you want to support her, that's great. And of course, everything would help. But I wanted to put the main focus on supporting people who go through this in general. My mom's had 2 siblings and another sibling with a partner who's gone through it. And so, I mean, everyone has those stories. It's happened over and over and over again. And a lot of these cancer situations are, I wouldn't say preventable necessarily, but discovered early, and earlier treatment is always better than later treatment. And breast cancer is certainly one of those, where if people get in the habit of monitoring their health in several ways, including checking for any signs of breast cancer, your rate of it being a bad or a really bad thing, or like you can treat this early and it's good thing, it like changes drastically. So that's a lot of the National Breast Cancer Foundation stuff, is trying to not incentivize, but make people aware of what they can do to take care of their own health. And so we love to support that, but they also support other aspects of it as well. So that's my like token to my mom, who's given me so much. It's my way of displaying my affection for her, to support something that she's going through. Like, she supported so many of the things I've gone through. And yeah, she's just always been there in my corner. And so, like I said, I try and be there in her corner now if I can. yeah, my personal interaction and relationship with spirituality over my life has ebbed and flowed like many people's. It's been organized at times, it's been less organized at other times, and certainly I've come to have a acceptance and appreciation for the fact that our life has a spiritual aspect. There's things about life that some people go to the unexplainable when it comes to like things that happen or why things are the way they are or anything like that. But I think also just this connection between people. I also am half Navajo, and while I'm not traditional in the sense of a Navajo person, I also really appreciate like our connection to the earth and just this fiber. We're all part of this fabric. We're connected here, whether you accept that or not. You know, I really like a lot of Buddhist type teachings and things, and I came across this podcast called Secular Buddhism a while ago, which talks about Buddhism from this secular, non-religious, non-worship mindset. And one of the things that I really liked was his idea that he was sharing on interconnectedness, and the idea that like, take this chair or these clothes, for example, they're your clothes and they're your chair. How many people and hands and things and ideas have gone into making these things become, right? Like the fabric that exists, the stitching that happened, the way we make the fabric nowadays, the material inside, the wood that holds the legs up, like that holds the chair up on its legs. All of these things are connected as things, but then also by all these people and everything. It's just really beautiful. It was just this really beautiful nature of all of the fibers that connect us as people. And so I'm losing myself a little bit in terms of like the spirituality, just kind of bringing it back to, there's this idea out there that what you put out into the world, you get back, called karma, right? And I think in a direct sense, a lot of people understand it that way, that like, if I do good, good will come back to me. I've come to understand it more in the fact of the more good you put out there, the more good exists. The more bad you put out there, the more bad exists. What you get back is sadly pretty random. It could be cancer, it could be fame, it could be some other sort of disease or demise, whatever. But purely what you put out there contributes to what is out there. So if you want to potentially experience, have your children experience, or have other people experience positivity, put that out there. Don't contribute to the badness, because the more you contribute to the negativity in the world, the more negativity there is to experience. It's just this cycle and this connection. And so spirituality for me has become more of that I'm going to put goodness out there, out of myself, for myself, to the people that I affect. I'm going to try and contribute less to negativity, support less things that create negativity. And I think it also helps really deal well with challenge and with like pushing yourself. Because in my mind, when you're challenged, that's the opportunity for growth. And this comes from a lot of my mental health training as well. One of the ways that we help as licensed clinicians help people go through hard times is to help them realize that you can't always change your circumstance. You can't always make life better, but you can change how you react to it with your mind. And your mind is the most powerful tool that you possess. Your mind is everything. Everything starts in your brain and ends in some sort of action or outcome or thing. And we think that like, that's just who I am, or that just happened, or whatever. It's all a thought process. And so if you're experiencing something hard, it's up to you to decide how to react to that and how to handle it. And so one of those ways that is really is really strong, one of the ways that you can really positively do that is by reframing challenge from a negative thing to a growth thing. That when you are challenged, you're gonna grow from that and you're gonna learn from that. So pushing through personal barriers, going through hard things, you can sit there and cry and whine and make a big fuss out of it and tell everyone about it, and not only have this thing that's coming to you from the world, from the universe, from God, whatever it is that you want to see it as, and experience it, then you can then spew all that negativity over everyone around you, over your partner, over your kids, over the world. You're just adding to this grossness out there. Or, and I'm not saying you should then flip it and then go out and say, life is great and fantastic and I'm fine or whatever. But take that and say, how can I make it through this? How can I grow from this? I think purpose doesn't come from any singular place. I think purpose comes from family, from accomplishment, from passions, from people around you, from your community. I got two little things that give me purpose now. Hi. It's an interesting balance. Up to this point, a lot of my purpose has been to give what I've been given to my kids. Then to balance that, you brought up earlier, not a lot of people come into where I'm currently trying to go as a professional athlete at 30 with kids. And so to go into that and to try and mentally, logistically, logically, emotionally balance how I can still give to them in those ways and give to myself is like mental gymnastics to the next level. It's quite the game of how do I still give to them and fuel myself and show them that you can fuel yourself and go after what you want to, but also, yeah, give enough to them. my wife and I've had this conversation about like, hey, this has gotten to a point where it could really go somewhere in terms of like big accomplishments and like doing really cool things. Doing that requires more time, more money, more of everything essentially. You don't just go, I mean, I kind of did that in Sebring, just show up out of nowhere and like put up an incredible performance. But some of the things that I want to do, you don't just show up. It's so much planning, it's so many people involved, that it was a long conversation of like, I have the ability, I have the passion, we have the resources, but we have to both be committed to the process. Do we want to do that? Do we want to commit this much? Because right now we have a lot of like free time and a lot of ability to be flexible, and we're not financially constrained in a lot of ways, but choosing this is going to kind of change all of that. And is this worth doing? And it was really important to me that she didn't just tell me yes because I wanted to do it, but that we came to this agreement that this is something we both want to chase and both go after and is meaningful enough to both of us. Because I knew it meant that I was going to have to be more focused on some of the cycling stuff, which was going to take away some, and I needed her help on a lot of it, the cycling stuff too. So it's a new realm that we're learning to balance and learning to figure out. And we kind of have this investment strategy where we both still have to work. We both still have a lot of stuff to maintain between our house and just general living and everything. But we're going to like try and invest into this for the next little while and then see if it pays off or see if it was just a fun adventure. But we're in it together, which is great. Support is everything, I think, you know? The things that have given me those opportunities are the same things I want to give those to other people.
Hello.
I mean, it's got to be some kind of genetic thing. Where like I've always thought around hour 6 is where it started to get fun.
Mm.
Like hour 8, my endorphins hit a whole new level.
Mm.
Um, you really get high, right? You get that
Yeah.
endorphin kick, and your dopamine starts to surge, and yeah. So for me, like 8 to 12 hours uh, is my sweet spot. I love that. As
Yeah.
for a lot of other people, they're like, "Oh yeah, 8 hours. I'm done. I'm sleeping. Like I'm not going
Yeah.
more than 4 hours, 5 hours." And so what I was, because I raced everything in every possible way to try to find what is what is my gift? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to be a sprinter. It doesn't matter how much I train or what I do. Like I'm not beating Justin Williams in a sprint. And yeah, I found that every time I would do a longer race, I would do better. And so
Yeah.
then I just was like, well, how long can we go? And then you get to a point where you're like, oh yeah, it's going to be 30 hours.
Yeah.
Well, how many people can even do that, let alone
Yeah.
race that? You
Yeah.
know what I mean? You start kind of dwindling down the competition and what also um, the variables. So
Yeah.
like even though there's so much to ultra, the variables are all within your control. Everything's a little bit slower pace, and as if we're like a 45-minute crit, dude, you could be the strongest guy and you get a wheel chop or like you take
Mm.
a turn wrong. There's just so many things that are outside of your control. And with ultra, there's this saying like control the controllables, and pretty much like outside of a bike mechanical, you can control your full 24 hours. You can control your 30 hours, whatever it is. But yeah, there's definitely something about, uh, getting to the point where your body says yes, this is fun. A lot of people, they don't ever get there. They never push themselves to that point. But what's crazy about Matthew is, it comes down to math, and his numbers are just incredible. And I mean, they just don't really make any sense. And what's also very special about Matthew is there's been guys like him on the trainer, but they never can back it up outside. So then you're kind of like, okay, sure. But he goes out and he sets the fastest North American time, on the real world, on the real road, in Florida, right? Like just insane. And so I think that one of the most impressive things to me is that he might actually be stronger on the real world road than on Zwift, which for most people is opposite. Like,
Yeah.
if you can do something cool on Zwift, very rarely can you back it up on the real road. So
Yeah.
that's just what's kind of blown me away.
100%. I think it was interesting to be in pre-production meetings for this and to hear all of the not only the Guinness Book of World Records rules, but then also WUCA. And there's there's certain parts of Zwift that you can get away with, like not fudging your numbers or anything, but a little bit of drafting and whatnot, and not like other like little helps you can get. And they pretty much said like as minimal as possible. Like this is on you. And it's flat more or less. Like you're under your own power, constantly being drained. And in the real world, you can coast. Like if you were doing this outside, like you can coast in certain places. Like the earth is not flat, right? So that you're not under constant power at all times. Whether if that helps you or not, it's a feat nonetheless. I think it's 100. I couldn't agree more.
Well, so I mean, again, it's very special that he's already backed this up outdoors, and so like he holds this credit, this this street cred, right?
Mm.
But what's really cool about this challenge is that people can watch it. That's kind of the real problem I think with just all road race, gravel racing, bike racing in general is very difficult to televise. It's very difficult. It's not a great spectator sport, even though it's very exciting if you know what to look for. You know, like dot watchers. You know, I mean, this is like a community that watches the dots race during ultra. You know, it's funny, they'll just be watching the dot. I remember when, you know, when I've done them, there would be hundreds of people like texting me, just not going to bed, just watching my dot like that, you know. But dude, it's a dot. Like, you're not getting to watch any real racing. It's just like crazy. And so what I think is cool about this is, you know, you get to watch him suffer and eat and pedal and the whole thing. And with Zwift, because I'm a huge fan of Zwift, like I just love Zwift so much. I'm a fair weather rider. Like, bro, 60 in a cloud, I'm indoors. You know what I mean? Like, I like my weather perfect.
I love it. That's
And
awesome.
so I'm a huge fan of Zwift, and yeah, so I mean, it's just cool to get to see him do this in real time, and just smash these records. And so then also, you know, so I had this idea to kind of do what he's doing, this 24-hour, like I was like, you know, this would be neat to try to do a world record, because at the time the world record was very within grasp. And it was during the Festive 500 when you had this pacer bot that was doing like 27 miles an hour. And so then, you know, I kind of started doing the math, and I was like, bro, like, I think this is possible. Like, if you could just stick on this guy's wheel, like, you could do it. And then so I started hyping up a 24-hour record, getting that going, and then they switched the pacer bots. So like 2 days before I was going to do mine, the pacer bot got slower, and I was like, wait, what happened here? You know? And then the day before, it even got slower. So then I was like, shit. So then I frantically switched to 12 hours, because I'm like, well, there's just no way with these pacer bots I'm going to do 24. I mean, I'd have to average like 320 watts for 24 hours. It just wasn't going to make any sense. And then I jump on, and then it got even slower. And it was just like, and Matthew jumped in. He tried to help me as much as he could, you know, but I was like, it was such a bummer, because I didn't know that they were swapping out the bots. And so I did 11 hours and 40 something minutes, 45 minutes on a 12-hour stream. Did really, really good power. But at the end of that, I could not imagine doing another hour, right? I mean, it was just like I kind of emptied the tank, if you will, for that 12 hours. And so, you know, I know what he's going through, and it's just beyond comprehension. Like, I just can't understand. And then it's awesome that Zwift got on board to make him his own pacer bot. So it's just like, you know, dude, just if you could just stick at this wattage, you know, you're gonna get it. Which is really, again, like a control the controllables. How neat is that he knows for sure if he just does this wattage and stays on this bot, he's going to break records.
100%. It was cool talking to, shout out to Zwift again. Thank you for reminding me, Tyler. Peter Bradbury, awesome guy at Zwift. We've been talking to him for almost 6 months now about this whole thing, and he killed it with this bot. Like, it was cool to think, like, talking to Matthew, like, first off, kind of coming into this with the idea, and Matthew almost, he's a thinker, like you said, like the math, like all of this stuff needed to get done. And he had already done a 24-hour thing just racing Candace. And it was like, honestly, I'm faster than Candace. Or Cadence, excuse me, Cadence. And it was like, and that's crazy to me. Like people can't stick with Cadence for 2 hours sometimes. And he just was like cranking it. I was baffled by that. They were like, not only are we gonna like a custom bot, but a custom level above like Max, which is so cool. But yeah.
So one thing that I'm a huge fan of Matthew's is his eating.
Yeah.
I'm like his, I guess you would call it like ultra mukbangs. Dude, I love watching all of the stuff that he eats. I've been in a period of my life where I got really, really skinny for a while, trying to chase that like watt per kilo. Got down to like 150 and, had like straight up body dysmorphia. Couldn't really see how decrepit I was. I mean, it was just like chasing this weight on the scale, which was, not healthy. I performed great. I did get third in a pro road race, like a climbing road race. That's my best ever, like highest achievement in road. Was a podium, which was kind of cool. But I mean, I was again 150 pounds, just like, dude, people would look at me and say, "Do you have cancer?" Or like, what's the problem here? How you're so sick? And I'm like, "You my watt per kilo sick," you know.
Yeah.
uh, you know, when I decided to try to win a national championship, because I was like, I really want to go beyond a content creator. I've told some really cool stories, but man, I want like something official, to prove that I'm not just a guy on YouTube, that I actually am an athlete. So then I started looking at, again, like ultra stuff, because the longer I rode, the more competitive I got, and obviously the less competition there is, because not a lot of people even want to do that. Who wants to be on the bike for 24 plus hours? And when I was looking at that, it was raw watts was the better way to go, not watt per kilo. So then I was like, okay, I'm going to add a little bit of weight. I'm going to bump from 150 to like 160, maybe even 165. And that broke this thing in my head where I just wanted to see a low number on the scale. And so, I started feeling way better because I was getting heavier. And then I just felt, then I could see myself differently. My wife became more attracted to me because I wasn't just sticks and bones. I'd like go to hug my wife and my like hip bones would stab her. And anyways, recently the sport has passed me by. Matthew, there's nothing I can do. I can't compete with this guy. He's just gonna break every record there is. You have like guys like Keegan. It just doesn't make any sense in the gravel scene. I mean, right now the gravel scene, like the top 30 are just it's just mind blowing. And so I needed a new goal, because it's like, well, dude, I'm not gonna win shit. So I wanted just to have a better physique. I just wanted to look a little better. I wanted to get six pack. I've never had a six pack before. That was something that I really wanted to do. And the statistics is actually kind of crazy. Like, if you're over 35, it's like 1 in 2.5 million men have a six pack. Like, it's a crazy stat that not very many people have. So I'm turning this around into what he's eating, in that I've been in a massive caloric deficit for like a year, like
Yeah.
just trying to like shave off that body fat, but also not get skinny. Like, I want to maintain muscle mass, but I just want to look really good. And so I'm constantly thinking about food and looking at food and weighing my food. And then I look at Matthew's like breakfasts, and I'm just like, bro, that's like 7 avocados. Like I'm doing the macros. I'm like, dude, that's like 6,000 calories.
Yeah.
Bro, I will do like a quarter of an avocado, to stay within my macros. And so then because I'm like, I'm always hungry, never starving. So when I see what he's eating, I'll just hold the story. I'll just pause it, and I'm just like, and I imagine myself eating all the stuff he's eating. And it's just crazy, because he's like also changed how I look at fueling on the bike. And recently I've had some really, really good performances. And they've all come from fueling, not necessarily training, because I'm watching what he's doing, and it's like, Well, obviously he's doing this kind of wattage because he has the fuel to do that. You know, and I guess I never really thought about, or not a lot of people think about, what kind of fueling you need to do something insane. Like, you want to do something insane, you have to do something insane. You want to ride some insane distance at some insane pace, there's got to be something else insane in your program. The training has to be insane, but also the fueling has to be insane. And so, you know, he's like totally changed my program. So, you know, morning of race days, I'm eating a huge breakfast. I am just absolutely crushing. And so, yeah, it's his food is what I'm most stoked about when I see him post.
100%. I think it's crazy. We were just barely talking, like just behind cameras and whatnot. 800 calories an hour, all liquid. That's, to me, that sounds like a brick in my stomach. Personally, like it's just, it's not even like, it's so out of the realm of like what I feel like is possible going into my stomach. You know?
Yes. So I mean, that's like why he's sort of a genetic anomaly, is that there's many things, there's many variables here, right? But the fact that he could potentially bring in 120 plus grams of carbs an hour to be able to do 800 calories an hour. I've done several 10,000 calorie burn challenges, and at about 6,000 calories, my stomach starts to kind of slow down. Like, there's just not enough stomach acid to like break anything down. So then it starts just like stacking. Like, you know, you start with a fire, you're stoking the fire, but then you just keep adding logs. And if you don't add those logs in the right pace, you put the fire out. You know, now you just have all this wood and like a little trickle of fire, and like nothing's happening. So the fact that he can turn that over in his stomach is kind of his gift, you know, and he trains it. Like, that's the thing, is he trains his gut, right? He's eating these breakfasts and these dinners or these lunches, whatever. He's putting down 5 to 8,000 calories through his stomach at a time. That's training. It's training his gut. So that's what's so amazing about him, is maybe guys could do his power for 2 hours, for 3 hours, for 4 hours. But to do this power for 24 hours is just, you just don't know what to do with those numbers. They're so ridiculous that I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah.
We don't either, Tyler. We kind of just shake our heads, you know, just, I mean, it is an anomaly. It's amazing, but you know, the discipline on the bike is one thing, but to your point, he thinks about every other detail, including the food, and he has trained his gut. I mean, we've you know, watched him in practice do some of these amazing things, and you know, it's pretty fascinating. So wild. You guys live in a wild world, and you're equally as impressive. It's just, I always find it interesting that of guys who are willing to line up on the line and put it all out there, you know, because it's not really racing another person as much as truly trying to find out, like, where's my bottom. It's remarkable.
Yeah, it would have been really cool to race Matthew, you know, in Utah. I didn't have the crew in place, and Gravel Worlds was going on the same weekend, you know, and so I didn't know who was going to show up, so I really didn't want to spend all this money and go out there and have one person show up, because that's really difficult. That's a shitty story to tell. And I already did that once. And so, but I feel like I missed my opportunity to really race against him. Because now there's just nothing. like unless he crashed or something, like there's just no way, you know. I could do my best ever performance I've ever done in my entire life, and it still wouldn't be close to what this guy does on a training ride. So, you know, he's the future of ultra. That is for sure, and it would be really amazing to see him surpass, all of the ultra greats and start setting new records and bringing this home to America, right? Like I love me some America, and so I'm a proud American, and to see him bring this stuff back to you know to the States, like I'm kind of excited about. I'm rooting for him for sure.
We are too. It's
That's
yeah.
so cool of
It
you.
it's super cool to talk to guys like Hoppo that has so much respect. I mean, talking to a guy like Hoppo, you look at his resume and you're like, okay, this is one of the greatest, if not the grandfather of it all, right? And he has so much praise for Matthew. And it just shows his level of skill at this point. I mean, what are we now? 2.5, 3 years in to this? Like you could train a 14-year-old kid to do this their whole lives. And it's just some of this is just given out of somewhere, some just talent.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
crazy.
again, it's there's look, cycling is like this. Everyone needs some kind of genetic anomaly, and sometimes you need multiple, right? So potentially one Matthews CDA, just his body composition, right? Is he's kind of gifted in that way to be slippery through the air, and then his gut being able to turn this fuel over. That's not normal, right? I mean, it's just really not. There was science that was saying that you could not process more than 90 grams of carbs an hour, right? That was like no human can do that. And now we're learning there's guys that can do 160 grams an hour. And so you just start, well, that's double the fueling. So it doesn't really matter how hard you train or what wattage you can do. If you can double the fuel, your gas tank is bigger, longer. It's is it like there's just no competing with that. But so then on top of that, his power is insane. But then you have the mental side, right? And so even if you have all these genetic gifts, you still have to put it together inside your brain. And how many guys are just not willing to go into that darkness, go into that suffer, especially with 24 hours where he's going nowhere. Like it's not a destination. He's not like, well, I gotta go over this hill or, I'm so close. Dude, he's just stationary. So like that's the most mind numbing, just it's there's unless you've done something like this before, um it's very hard to put into words, but your brain goes through many peaks and valleys where if you know how to combat it and you have the right tools, then you can go to war. And that's what I really find very enjoyable about ultra, is that it's you versus you for the most part, right? Even if there's other competitors, your biggest competitor is you. Your brain is going to tell you to stop many, many times. And so you get to go to battle with yourself. And when you win the war against yourself, that's the best victory ever, because it's you, the ultimate competition. It's you. And so again, he has the gifts, but he still has to do it. And so then he has this mind of steel, that he can just lock in and get it done.
Tyler, what do you see in him? I'm curious, what do you believe that mind of steel is?
Um, I don't know, because I haven't really talked to him in depth about how he sees it or what mental games or tricks he plays. That would be really fascinating to learn, like what, especially because like the brain stoke thing, you guys obviously talk a lot about mental health, and so there's probably a lot of tools you guys use. But for me personally, um, it is. it's a future me. So in my head, this is something that I've always like, just to get through all the hard things I've ever done. I've ridden 7 days through Death Valley. I've ridden to the 17,500 feet in La Paz, Bolivia, up the death road. Just where oxygen is nowhere. And all the things, every time I've done something hard, I just think about future me. And so I teleport my current consciousness into a future timeline where I'm not sucking and I'm not suffering and I'm not hurting and I'm not any of this. And so what I personally do is I think, okay, I'm going to have dinner with my family when this is done. So whatever this is, if this is 12 hours, if it's 24 hours, me and Shane, we won the race across the West. So that was 46 hours, something like that. That was, that's probably the longest nonstop, session I've ever done. I've done some 32-hour stuff before in Oregon. But anyways, all I'm thinking about is the future state of me not riding. And so then I'll think about, like, what's the dinner going to be like? Who's around? I'll think about just the whole environment, and I build this reality in my head while I'm riding. And so then that reality becomes so real that I've already accomplished all this. You know what I mean? Like, this future existence is so real that obviously I finished. And so then that's how I get through it, is it's just like I build a future timeline, and then I just, once you've decided to do it, it's already done. So all the hardship, everything that's going wrong, everything that's happening in the moment, well, that's just part of the story. You know what I mean? It's a part of the story of how I finish. And
Yeah.
so, yeah, that's how I do it. But I don't know what tricks he does. He kind of seems like a psychopath in that he just doesn't have any tricks. He just turns his brain off, and just, But I know that's not the case. I'm sure, there's so much going on in his head. But how do you get into that? How do you get into the mind of someone like that? And you know not that I've had really a lot of success in sport, but I've had success in storytelling. And one of the things is that I've really tried to take what this mush and static that's in your brain and put that out there and try to show people what it feels like to do, big adventures, what's going on in the head. And what's so crazy, so many people relate to so many of these little things that you think about, all these little battles in your head. They're like, I do the same thing, even if it's like an hour ride, it doesn't matter. It's all relative. But we all kind of have these mental tricks, and we all fight these little demons in our head. It's all kind of the same.
Yeah. I'm curious, Tyler, when you built this, system, when you scaffolded the way that you do it, you know, trying to visualize the future you, did you do that real time while you were in a race? Did you learn that, or did someone coach you on this? I mean, I'm
No,
always curious how
I
people
think it was
build
just
that.
that. Yeah, it was out of survival. I think it's like a survival instinct, and so uh, one of the very first hard things I did was climb Mauna Kea, the volcano in Hawaii, from the
Yeah.
dirt side. So no one had done the dirt climb. And when I got into this project, I was not an ultra distance cyclist. Like, I was so underqualified for this. I was just a guy with a video camera, and I'm gonna tell a cool story. And I'm telling you, this is where this whole future me thing started to come about. Is that I got to the visitor center. So I was about 4,000 feet away from the finish, and I was completely done. Like, there's no way I'm moving. and I was laying on the ground at the visitor center, roughly 3 hours from being done. And what was so strange is that I had a separation of consciousness. Like I said this in my video, and it's like a very trippy hippie scenario. But like you have your positive voice and you have your negative voice, and most of us see that as one voice, right? Hey, wake up early and get it done. The other one goes, nah, sleep in, eat cupcakes. And that's like, but everyone has this as one voice. Well, mine's separated. And then I was an observer of two distinct people. And so I'm watching the positive me argue with the negative me, but I'm watching them argue. And I'm like, what is happening? like if I broke my brain? And so then I was like, wait, do I get to choose? Can I choose which? Because like, bro, if you guys teamed up, what if both of you are positive? Then I can do anything. Like, why do you guys have to fight? Team up, and we'll crush. And so then in that moment, I was like, well, shit, I'm just gonna choose the positive guy. And then all of a sudden I got back on my bike and I finished this climb, which I totally should never have been able to do. And during that, I was thinking, like, I cannot wait to get back to my family to tell them this story, right? Like, I did something great. I was the second person because Jeremiah finished first, but like, I was the second person to ever accomplish something. Like, because I'm not an athlete. This was not a part of my pedigree. I should never have been able to do this. And so then all of a sudden, when it was like right there, it was like, holy shit, dude, if you just do 3 hours of work, you will have achieved something so great. And then wouldn't you want to come back to your family and tell them? Because I could come back to my family and go, yeah, I quit. I suck. You know what I mean? Like, no, dude, you don't want to tell your family that. You know, my family flew all the way out here. They're supporting me. It's like, I want to come home and say, I did it. And so then that's where I was like, one, had the separation of these voices, which still lasts today. Like my negative voice has very little control because I see it as two separate entities. So I can choose, which obviously you're going to choose the positive. Why would you ever choose the negative? But then also this idea of like, just get to the top of this climb and then it's all done. You get to go back and eat dinner with your wife, with your kids, and you get to tell them this amazing story. So that's how it kind of started. And then when we did more and more and more of them, yeah, I just found myself leaning on that trick of a future timeline, a future me, and that could be months in the future. We did Glacier Point or Glacier National Park to the Grand Tetons. It was 5 days through Montana. It is the hardest 5 days of my life. I had gotten like Epstein Barr like a week before. I mean, just I was completely devoid of any energy. I mean, I've never felt worse in my life. And so then I'm sitting there going, well, I could quit. I could not even start this project. But in my head, I was like, we're going to have a premiere, a movie premiere. And my mom is going to come and she's going to sit in the audience. She's going to watch this movie premiere. Am I in this movie or not? And like, that's what I mean. I can't even begin to describe how I was feeling getting out of the car and what I felt like mile one of mile 670, whatever it was. I mean, dude, we were sleeping on the ground. You know what I mean? Like it was just, dude, it was the gnarliest adventure. I was with Jeremiah and Eddie Anderson. I mean, they're two legit pros. So like, it's not even like I can't even just go my own pace. Like they're just drilling me into the ground. And so, I mean, yeah, I just thought my mom's going to come to this premiere. And what if I'm not in the fucking movie? Like, that's so lame. And that movie premiere never happened, right? That never came to
Yeah.
fruition. But like, that is what I had to create in my head, is this future timeline that I could control. And it got me through the hardest 5 days of my life, So
I love these Jedi mind tricks, man. This stuff is good. And I love that it's
Yeah.
storytelling because
Yeah.
it puts it into a reality situation instead of just, a choice one time right in there, but to actually create a story behind it, a narrative.
yeah, and the more detailed you make that story, the more real it feels. So then it again, it just feels like it's already happened and that it's just within grasp. And so you're just kind of building this like roadway into the fog of unknown. Um, and that's where a lot of people, they just give up because they can't see a future where they finished,
Yeah.
because they're not thinking about that, right? I mean, they're just thinking about the right now. My legs hurt, my stomach hurts, everything hurts, you know. And so then, like, yeah, there's just no future where they finished. So of course, quitting is an option. But when you've thought about a future timeline where you've been done and it was no problem and you're feeling fine, because how many of us have been in the hurt, pushed through, and then days later we're like, oh, it's no big deal, like it was fine. You remember it much differently than when you're in it. And so you just gotta like trick yourself to get to that point. And yeah, it's super rewarding. But again, I don't even know, like, what Matthew's doing right now is beyond just mind tricks, because then he also has to perform at such a high level. So it's beyond just like pedal and you'll be done. It's like, no, dude, you have to pedal very, very hard for a very, very long time. And so, he could crack. Like, it could be where it's not about just finishing. Like, he has to sustain this insane calorie intake and carb intake, and he has to pace right, and he can't cramp, and all these different things, because if he falls off that group, like, he's not getting back on. You know what I mean? He's not going to be able to chase back onto that group. And so, man, yeah, like, his situation is extremely more difficult than just mind games.
100%.
Tyler, I'm curious on that when you talk about the difficulty, because you're right, it isn't a finish line, it's a pace to a finish line. There's a performance element that's not just finish, it is stay at this level, or else. Do you believe that that is one way of elevating performance? Just forced accountability, put yourself in a position where you don't have the option to back it down. You literally have to he's literally surrounded himself with people for accountability. Pretty interesting, just in terms of you think about performance strategy.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of it is accountability and the team around you. I'm very adamant that any big project you're going to do, you need good people around you. You need to feed off their energy, and there's carbs, there's fats, there's proteins, and then there is spiritual energy. It is absolutely a real thing. And when you have enough people surrounding you, like, he's live streaming so he can see comments, he can get messages, all of our energy is kind of cascading onto him. And that makes a huge difference. If he was just by himself, staring at a brick wall with no accountability, yes, he could still probably do this, but it's just not going to be the same. So,
100%.
but again, pressure. It's a lot of pressure to say, I'm going to do something, and then, you know, he could have started like, okay, over 24 hours, you're gonna know if you're gonna do this or not very early on. Like it seems like 24 hours is this long time. He would know probably around hour 6 if he's going to complete like that. I would say between hour 4 and 8 was really the window in which I've done the work. I'm pacing right. My program is dialed, because if it wasn't, he would know very early on, oh, I'm smoked. You know what I mean? Like I might be able to get to 17 hours, but like you will know in that 4 to 8 hour window if your program is off. And so what's kind of exciting is like there's a lot of pressure, but if in that window he was like, yep, got it, then it's like the rest of it's all gravy. You know what I mean? It's like it's all good. It's not as long as he doesn't make a huge mistake and forget to eat or something like, but that's not gonna happen. So it's just, again, it's very strange how you will know for sure what the future is going to be like very early on, based on, just all the data he's done. I mean, he's done this so many times, so he knows what his body feels like. He knows what to expect. He knows, everything. And so, again, the pressure at, like, say, hour 4, if something was off, he would know that and be like, I'm going to be embarrassed at hour 15, 16, 17, because I'm going to run, I'm going to hit a wall. So, that pressure is also very difficult to manage.
Yeah, absolutely. Tyler, I'm curious, if he finishes this today, let's say he finishes it and he hits exactly what he was shooting for, knowing yourself and kind of knowing that, Matthew has this similar sentimentality in terms of just, accomplishment and drive and, this inner like desire to just do something incredibly challenging. Where do you believe he takes it from here? So if he finishes today and knocks this out, what is Matthew daydreaming about next?
Well, I would imagine he's daydreaming about eating real food and sleeping. He's probably really thinking about like how crisp and cool his pillow is. I'm sure that he is already so excited to just like bask in the afterglow of such an amazing achievement. Like that, but that doesn't last long. So it will be a honeymoon phase for a week or two, and then he's going to have to go back to figuring out some other new insane project to do. Um, I talked with him for about 2 hours about a month ago or 2 months ago, just about his whole program as a content creator, what he could do, what he could do with this sport. And look, road is cool, gravel is where it's at. You know what I mean? Like this is the future of the sport is dirt. And if like right now he's got some support, but if he went out and won the Unbound XL, that would completely change his life. And I know that he could do it. So I think that what his mind should be on is how do I take this into dirt? How do I start going after Lachlan Morton's records? How do I start doing the stuff that's going to get a lot of attention? Uh, that's what I would want to see him do, because I think he could. It would be a shame if he just stayed in road and just never got the recognition that he deserves. I mean, he should be a household name in this sport. But the only way to do that, I believe, is to get dirty and to start doing some of these bigger gravel races, which are blowing up. I mean, it's like the ultra distance gravel stuff, used to be fringe of fringe, and now it is sometimes the premier event at some of these. The Unbound 200 is is an unfathomably hard event. And so most guys, these really high level dudes, they're going to the 350 because they're like, I can't even compete at the 200. 200 is too fast, which is insane. That 200 miles
Totally.
it on gravel is like it's basically a full out crit race for 200 miles. It's sickening. But then the 350, self-supported, you got to stop at gas stations. You got to, a lot of times that you have to also be a bike mechanic, fixing yourself. Anyways, I'd love to see him take on something like Unbound XL. And he's got the power, he's got the CDA. I don't know if he has the bike handling skills, but he can figure that out. And I think he could go shatter records in the gravel scene.
We agree.
Yeah.
we,
Yeah.
we love dirt. I mean, it's in our DNA. All of us, gravel, mountain, is a love of ours, and we've had him in the dirt a little bit, and it's pretty remarkable. I'll say that. It's watching him go uphill on gravel at an incredible, power out is pretty shocking. So, yeah, that's cool though. It's cool to hear your vision and how you think about it.
Yeah.
It really is. Tyler, I don't know how much we kind of said an hour, but I don't know how much time you have left, but I kind of wanted to ask you from one extremely, I mean, in this space, you're very, very well known, very accomplished. What does what does a calendar year look like? Do you highlight certain races that you're like, this would be cool, like another diamond in my crown type of thing? Or is it more like, what are these like, what events are going to challenge me? Do you pick and choose your races? I know like Matthew chose Sebring as kind of his not coming out, but like truly a race that was going to challenge him, give him that outside cred, and then to come back and then do this is like almost a custom event. Do you think like in terms of like athletes like you guys, is it these big events that you kind of hold your hat on? Or is it more just I'm going to go show up to a race with a bunch of other guys that are like me and just show out?
Well, I mean, it's way different for me because I'm looking for a story to tell. Content is sort of I'm content first, bike racing second. And as of where Matthews, he has the skill set to be bikes are first. And so, sorry, my cuckoo clock's going off. But so, the idea behind it is that you pinpoint and target a race that you think you can do well in, that is prestigious, that seems fun, and then you got to stagger them out because you have to have peaks and valleys. You can't just run like 10 events in a row. You're just going to crush yourself. And so it's a little bit different, I think, of what he looks for than what I look for. But yeah, you look around, you try to have something that's neat and fun and gets you out of bed to train, right? Like you want an event that is going to burn that fire. And if you've done something so many times, you don't have that lust for it anymore. Also competition, right? Like I did gravel worlds instead of ultra nationals because nationals had one guy signed up when I was looking at it. Gravel worlds had like 70, and so I was like, well, look, I'd rather get seventh out of 70 than first out of two. Like that didn't seem very fun. But Matthew showed up anyway, so I would have not, I wasn't going to get first at all. But like it's just you want to put yourself on the chopping block. You want to race other people, and this thing he's doing tonight is more him versus a clock than other people. But there's going to be other events that he does where he's racing against other people in real time. And
Yeah.
I feel bad for those people. They're just going to get smashed.
Yeah. What tell me or tell us a little bit more about your career coming up in the ultra scene. Um do you start like from a young age riding bikes and stuff and then move into like a Lodija and Unbound type of area and then go deep like into like, oh, I can actually go like way deeper into myself in terms of time and mileage? Is that kind of how
I
it
will.
progressed?
So um, I started a film series called The Impossible Route, and it was the concept was we're going to do routes that have never been done before. Hence, they might be impossible. We're going to scout out different routes that we don't even know if they're like traversable. Like you take some heat map stuff, you find some old road, like you just don't know. It's uncharted. Like how many we went through a lot of places where there zero people had ever ridden. So you just didn't know. And that's so I kind of got into the ultra scene in a way that I wasn't competing. I was just it was just adventure riding,
Yeah, survival.
and then filming and that sort of thing. But it ended up being like 12 to 15 hours a day, day in and day out, and day in and day out. It was just over and over, and it was like Groundhog Day of just riding from sun up to sundown. And that sort of crafted me into what could be an athlete, because before, when I started that, I was not an athlete, like at all. And so then all of a sudden I'm like training ultra without really even knowing it. And then I was like, what if I tried an ultra event? Like what would that be like? And so then I kind of dove into um I did this 12-hour ride um around Road America. It was like through an organization where there's people that have some ailments that aren't able to ride. So like I pulled this one woman, Kayla, behind me in this trailer. And it was around Road America's like
Yeah.
race course, very steep actually.
Yeah, not
And Kayla and her like little cart, not light. And so the thing was, the first year I was racing against teams, so people would like they would hand off,
yeah.
so that there was the Trek team had 12 people, so they would do one lap, pull off, and then someone else would hook up and take off. And so they were just doing one person a lap. Well, I was just me and Kayla. And so then I ended up winning that by one lap. It was like very, very, very close. But so like beating a team of 12 solo with just Kayla in the back, like that was kind of cool. And so then, I did the 508. Well, I did Race Across the West. That was really cool. But that was like a team thing. So me and Shane kind of teamed up, but then I did my first real solo one, which was the 508, which was for a national championship. So kind of like my first ever dive into ultra was, and that's really the only. I didn't care. I'm like, dude, I don't want to ride 500 miles to say I won a 500-mile race. Like, dude, if I'm gonna ride 500 miles, your boy's getting a jersey. Like I'm getting something I can frame. I need some social media clout, bro. Give me them stars
Yeah.
and stripes. And
Yeah.
so, when I went into that, I I had no idea if I was going to win or not. I had no idea. I've never done anything like that. Uh, and then it ended up being that I did well, and it was awesome, and I wanted to do a couple more. But the other thing is dude, ultras like that, like 24 plus hours, when you're looking at like 26 to 32 hours, man, you can only do you should probably only do one a year. Like that already is like pushing it, just
Yeah.
with how damaging it is to your body, the sleep deprivation, the wrecking it does to your gut. Like, dude, it's not healthy. Like what Matthew's doing is not like this is not increasing his longevity. But so you kind of have to like mitigate how much of this stress you put on your body in a given year. Again, the sleep deprivation is just that's not good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, so whatever. I came up through making films, and then I'm very grateful that Matthew allowed me to have a couple years of social media clout as a national champion. If he had came in 2 years earlier,
Mm.
I wouldn't have a tattoo on my arm, that's for sure, of stars and
Yeah.
stripes. So like
Yeah.
I'm very proud of what I achieved. But also I kind of came into it, did where the competition's like high vis flappy jerseys, and then I've got a full disc wheel, like quad spoke wheel. I've got a absolutely dialed team of like a nurse and a crew chief, and like we're hitting 100 grams of carbs an hour. We're doing ketones, like shoe covers. I mean, it was kind of like I
Wow.
actually felt a little douchey when I rolled up to the
Yeah.
508, and I'm like, bro, am I taking this too seriously? Because no one else here kind of looks like they're ready to race. But now it's changed. Like when I went to the 24-hour worlds 2 years ago, I went into that really wanting to win. And the talent that showed up to that was crazy. I wasn't the only one in shoe covers with disc wheels. I mean, that was, there was like 10 guys decked out, like ready to go. And so the sport is changing for sure. But again, how many people even have the ability to ride 24 plus hours? It's hard, so.
Do you think talent like Matthews is scalable down? Because obviously he can, like guys like you can go super deep. No, I'm not saying like, because Matthew talks about all the time like he raced Lodija and got cooked at the end because of he's not a sprinter. It's just not his skill set. And there are certain disciplines. But do you think guys like Matthew, they can train up to go 24, 25 hours maybe? Can you scale it back and go to 18 and still empty the tank with the right math?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Matthew's sweet spot would be um, 12 to 24 for sure. Um, Now going sub 12 becomes a totally different mechanism.
Yeah.
Like that's just a way higher power output, and just different, So maybe he could, but like I just raced the Sea Otter Classic. I did 3 bikes, 3 days, 3 races. So a 45-minute road race, which was just like a completely wide open, for 45 minutes, like just like dumping the tank. Then a 90-mile gravel race, which was about 5 hours, and very selective, like noodling. Everyone's sitting on your wheel. There's nothing you can do. Then you hit a steep climb, and then you have to just pin it, and then now you have to fly down this descent, but everyone catches you. And like, then I did a mountain bike race, on day 3, which was a totally different. So it's like, that's what I love about bikes, man, is that every bike race is different. Every bike discipline is different. Everyone takes a different skill set. Everyone has different hurdles and challenges, which is what I just love it. I just love all the bikes. So it would be interesting to see if Matthew could dabble in some of the higher end gravel racing. Could he just break away? Could he jump in the cheater sticks and just never be seen again off the front? That's a way to do it. But either way, I think his sweet spot is going to be these 24-hour type events. And as long as he can stay injury free, I just don't see how anyone in the next 10 years is going to be able to come anywhere close to what he can do.
I agree. I'm after seeing everything. It's pretty evident that it's above and beyond.
Tyler, I think it's amazing that you're that complimentary. I mean, I think that's so cool about this sport and the cast of characters and the stories that are in it. I think that's pretty rad. So thank you.
Well,
Seriously.
yeah, I mean, it's all a respect thing, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you like at this level when you're doing something that's 12 to 24 hours or more, we all know what it feels like. And so anyone just has to look at what he's doing it with just utter respect. And I remember just recently I went out and I did a really strong ride. Like I was so proud of my ride. Just like, yeah, man, I crushed. And then I see on Strava Matthew's ride, and I was like, ah, shit.
You.
Like, nah, my ride's not good. And so, it's also really kind of neat because he's pushing me to try to
Mhm.
be a better athlete. And like I said, I got second. I've actually had a really successful little 6-week block here. I've had 2 top tens in gravel racing, overall top tens, not age group top tens, which I was really proud of. I won a 200-mile ultra race. And then, I got second in this gravel race in Sea Otter, which I was really, really proud of. Me and this guy got away pretty early on, and every one of these like events where I had success was all based on Matthew's fueling strategy and like what I've learned from him on that. And so like, yeah, it's just he's kind of changed how I've looked at how to fuel pre, during, and post bike, and really try to focus on just making an eating contest. And what's really crazy is some of these races I've done recently, I'm looking around at the guys around me and no one's eating. And I'm like, you guys are all cooked, bro. Like, I mean, yes, it's super hard to stay in the group for the first hour or 2 hours. But dude, come hour 4 and 5, you guys have not been eating. So there's no possible way that you're going to drop me because I've been eating every 15 minutes. You know what I mean? I had 300 grams of carbs for breakfast. At this ultra race I just did it in Texas, there was a guy with us. He had the course record. Very, very, very strong, super strong guy. But I was watching him and I don't think he took a drink of his bottle or ate any food for like 3 hours straight.
Wow.
And I was like, either this guy is sneaking in food through his butthole or something, or he's done. He's not going to be able to finish. And so then we hit a little riser, and I kind of gave it a little bit of gas, and he was gone. So, anyways, like Matthew has changed my whole program off his fueling. So lots of
I,
praise to him.
I think we're seeing
That's
Oracle
cool.
Pearce predict the new meta for all of cyclists in the next 5 years of the left-hand method of just eat. Cars need fuel, just eat. Don't be
You
a
want to
tough
ride?
guy
You
and
got
freaking
If you
tough
want
it
to
out.
ride big, you got to eat big.
Yeah,
That's for sure.
100%. If you want to do crazy stuff, do crazy stuff. Change it up. It's definitely going somewhere on a wall in my office or something. That's very accurate. Tyler, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, boys. Yeah, stoked to see all this and your guys' whole program here. Very professional. You guys have really put in something special behind him. And so again, like we said, like Matthew's not going to quit because of all of the work and energy that everyone around him has put in.
Yeah.
He put himself in a situation where it was a must do, and so regardless of how he's feeling, he's going to finish, and he's going to do it. He's going to break the record, no problem, because of all of you guys and
Yeah.
everyone that's been around him. So,
Yeah.
anyways, just very professional program you guys have running. I'm very jealous of it. And thank you guys for letting me dip in here for a little bit and share some stoke.
Hey,
Thanks,
thank you
Tyler.
so much, Tyler. We will, yeah, remember Brain Stoke's name, and Brain Stoke will not forget VC Adventures. That is for sure. We'll be in touch. But thank you so much, Tyler, for joining us. Kind of right at the end of this, you can pop out, Tyler. I'm just gonna thank some donors, but so good
Yep.
to see you. Thank you
Thanks,
so
Tyler.
much.
Happy holidays.
Thanks, boys.
Yeah, take it easy. Sorry guys. If we're still on, I wanted to thank some donors really quick. Big thank you to Andre for 75 gifted to the Breast Cancer Foundation. That is so nice of you. Thank you so much. And also, big thank you to Richard Giles for $50 as well. Thank you guys for your donations. It means so much. Thank you for supporting Matthew's mission and Arlene's battle. Thank you guys so much. Back to your regularly scheduled programming.
So when it comes to why the Zwift record and why going for the record, it's an interesting question. There's one way to answer it where it's like, there's one way to answer it where if you have the ability to break a world record, so
Why
when
not?
it comes to why the Zwift record and why going for the record,
that they've
it's
done
an interesting
something better
question.
than anyone else.
There's
in
one way to
recorded
answer it
history
where
has.
it's like, that's a pretty cool
There's
type
one way
of
to
thing
answer
just from
it
the human
where
aspect. It's not enough
if you
for
have
me,
the ability,
honestly,
like I said, I'm
to
not
break a
a
world record.
racer.
So
My
when it
biggest
comes
thing, once
to
again, is
why
pulling the
the
most out of
Zwift
myself.
record
I
and
recognize that
why going
on the
for
days
record
when I know I
they've
could have
done
gone farther,
something better than anyone
which
else.
haven't happened
There's
for a
one
while
way to
because I
answer
don't
history
like to let it
has.
happen
That's a pretty
anymore.
cool
That I know that I
type of
should
thing
have,
where
could have.
it's not
Realistically,
enough
I'm not
to
talking
have
about like
the
dreams.
ability
Everyone
to
is like, oh, I should have been harder at this point, or I
So
should have.
my
Biggest
biggest
thing,
thing
once again, is
talking
pulling
about
the most out of
the
myself.
record,
I recognize that
why
I
going
left some
on
on the
the
days
record
when I know I could have gone farther. I don't like those. Which haven't happened
So
for a while
one way to
because I
answer
don't
it
like
is
the
like
number
that's a
one
pretty cool
outcome.
type
I know
of
that I
thing
should
where
biggest thing that
it's
could
not
happen.
enough
Realistically,
to
I'm not
have
talking
the
about like
ability
dreams.
to
Everyone is like, oh, I should have been harder at this point, or I should have. Biggest thing, once again, is pulling the most out of myself. I recognize that I left some on the days when I know I could have gone farther. I don't like those. Which haven't happened for a while because I don't like the number one outcome. I know that I should have biggest thing that could happen. Realistically, I'm not talking about like dreams. Everyone is like, oh, I should have been harder at this point, or I should have. Biggest thing, once again, is I know I had
to even get close to beating me or whatever. And I think that's what they were thinking of my mentality. Like I'm some shark out there that's like, don't come close to me or I'll bite you type of thing. Anyone who's like rode or done events with me or something typically knows that I'm not out there to get you, or I'm not fierce or competitive or testosterone like banging on my chest type of person. It's totally not who I am. Inside my head though is a totally different story. Inside my head, it is that way. Inside my head, it's like, you can do this, like this is weak if you quit type of deal. Like I said, a lot of my mental game is from Goggins. And so there's some harsh realities in there that like don't even come out verbally for me. They're just a lot of like pushing myself type of things. So I changed that quote to, someone may beat me, but they're gonna have to beat me beating myself. And that's kind of a good way to sum up my mentality. Like I'm there to pull as much as I can out of myself. And so with this record attempt, I realized that pulling the most out of myself means setting records. So if I want to do these things, and I was just gonna do them anyway because it's what I like to do and what's cool, I might as well do the record setting and everything with it. So the optimal, like top of the world outcome would be to accomplish like all of the goals, which there's quite a few. We're talking about this as if it's a record attempt, but there's the Guinness World Record attempt, there's the longest known Zwift ride, and there's the World Ultra Cycling Association World Records. Each of those have their own dynamics in terms of challenge of completing them. And some of those from like a logistical standpoint, that we have a lot of like rules and guidelines and things to follow, and we could be disqualified by messing up there. Then there's also the physical aspect of accomplishing them. Something that's really kind of interesting about this attempt is that the World Ultra Cycling Association hasn't actually had virtual records happen yet. They have a process for doing it, but there's none completed. So, and I don't know if we add this now or later or something, but a little like sneak peek into it is that, and as long as I pedal for 24 hours, I'll technically set 12 world records because they're uncompleted. So it'll be the fastest like 100, 200, 300, and 500 mile ride, the fastest 100, 200, 300, 500, 1000 K ride, and the longest 6, 12, and 24 hour ride. Realistically, 6 or 7 of those are going to stand for a while. I don't know how long. There's so many amazing people out there. Who knows who comes and goes for it. My hope actually is that some of those don't stand very long, and that people go out there and get after it. And I mean, I'm gonna put, because the whole thing's pretty fast, so I'm gonna put up a pretty decent 100-mile time. but not unbeatable if that's your goal. Like, I'm gonna cycle 20 hours past that. So someone should go out there and get that, because they're like, oh look, this guy set all these records, I can go and get that one. That's cool to me. I love to inspire, and it's been really cool part of this to start sharing as much stress and challenge as it has been. It's been really cool to hear from people that them seeing me makes them want to do more, or made them push harder today or something like that. Like, especially because naturally as a therapist, I want to do that for people, is really cool. The reason I switched to cycling was mostly because of an injury and getting injured over and over and over again. About 4.5 years ago now, I came out of grad school, I was working a couple of years, and then we had put on some weight from just the years of grad school and not having sports or anything in our lives. Our oldest was actually born, and we were like just barely had him new, and we had talked about losing weight and getting healthy for a while, but now like holding him there, it was very evident that we wanted to do that really badly. Like we wanted to run around with this guy, we wanted to be healthy for this guy, we wanted to be around healthily as long as we could in his life. And so it was a great motivator to say, you know what, we've tried a bunch, but this is it. This is like go time. There's no more messing around anymore with this. So I lost the weight and immediately got back into running because running had always been my thing. And when I lost the weight, it was 100 pounds over the course of like 7, 8, 9 months or something like that. Yeah, the next spring I ran a marathon, and I had never really had a goal of like going to Boston, but I knew that my training was close enough to maybe get me qualified to go there, and that would be cool to go there if it ever worked out. And so I gave it a shot to qualify for Boston, which I did by like 6 minutes or something. So it was like a 2:54 or 2:55 or something, which I knew going into Ogden Marathon would be like around top 10 in like the Ogden Marathon finish. I think I was like 11th that day or something, 12th. And I was like on top of the world. Like, this is awesome. I'm just barely getting started. I'm gonna like kick butt and just run marathons for a long time. And it wasn't long after that my knee and ankle issues just got like bad. Every week it would flare up and I'd have to hold back a little bit. And then eventually got to the point where it was like uncomfortable to run. And I was like, okay, I gotta take some time off. And I'd take time off, but then I wouldn't like ease back into it. And I also wouldn't like strength train and cross train like I should have. I know so much more now that I maybe could have done to keep running going. But eventually it just got so injured from my overuse of it and wanting to do more and more and more and go faster and faster and faster that I like couldn't run like basically at all. So what got me into cycling was my brother had a like Walmart mountain bike here in my garage. And I'm like, I guess I'm just gonna go try and get on the bike and see. I biked a ton as a kid, never competitively. There was never any like mountain biking or anything back when I was younger that was competitive like it is now. And so I was like, well, I don't know. I've always thought maybe I would do triathlons. So I guess maybe I could get into cycling for a while I'm healing from running. And I'm remembering now that was kind of the thought process. And so I got on the bike and knee didn't hurt like at all. And so I rode the mountain bike for like 2 or 3 days before I was like, okay, I'm gonna get a road bike, and rode bike once again, thinking this will kind of bridge the gap and I'll get into triathlons probably. This will be a good way to get into it because I can swim good, I can run okay, and maybe I can bike okay. We'll see what happens. And I got the road bike, clipped in for my first time in late June, like almost July time of that year. And it just took off from there. That same year is the first year that I rode Lodija, the ride version, 208 miles. That's in early September, and this was like end of June, beginning of July. So I didn't actually decide to ride in Lodija until like end of July, beginning of August time, like 1 month out. Because someone mentioned it to me when I first got a bike, and I was like, yeah, that's stupid. That's like, who bikes that far? That's ridiculous. And then next thing I know, I'm like riding 100-mile rides over and over and over again. And I'm like, I think I'll do that stupid thing. that sounds fun. Yep, so it was 2022 Ogden Marathon that I qualified for Boston. That summer was rough, but then that fall time, I got into biking. I rode Lodija. It was probably still to this day one of the hardest things that I've ever done, that ride alone, because I wasn't that far into cycling and I didn't know how to ride in groups. And it's the ride version, so you're not like with a group anyway, and I didn't know anyone. Like I literally hadn't rode with another cyclist once before that, because group cycling's huge, right? It's how everyone rides and races and everything. And so I spent maybe a couple hours of that day with other people in like these small groups, but I didn't know how to like hold a wheel or pull through or anything that cyclists do. And so I think it was like 11 hours and 15 minutes or something. and like 11 hours of basically pedaling or whatever. So I had the worst cramps of my life that night. The cramps where it's like on opposing muscles, and so you can't like relieve it. Yeah, you can't push out, you can't flex this way, just like wanting to like curl up in a ball and cry, but like it just hurt so bad that whole night. So yeah, that's how I got into cycling. And ironically enough, after that loaded, I was like, I want to do that again, but better. so it's very humbling. It's been very humbling. I think this is one of the keys. I think there's many keys that have made me a really good ultra cyclist. And one of them here is being a mental health therapist has made me see that people go through way harder things than I will hopefully ever go through, but certainly that I have up to this point, and done it with grace and dignity and power and strength, and most of all, positivity. And so when I think of like my cush life and the opportunity that I have to have a lot and to be healthy and everything, it means that the things that I'm gonna do, I'm going to take that spirit into them. And I'm not gonna sit there and complain about the challenge that I have when I know that you can go through incredibly challenging things and persevere. I am part of this system, a family, my wife and my kids now, but I grew up in a family with my parents and my brother. And so I'm very close to these family members and people, and they've given me a lot, and I like to give back to them as much as I can. And that comes in several different ways. Around the time that I was thinking of taking on this record attempt, I've recognized that there was a lot of people who do charitable aspects to these type of things. It's just a good way to get some cause out there that you find important, because you have kind of a spotlight on what's happening. And around that same time, my mom was diagnosed with breast cancer, and it was kind of shocking. Well, it was very shocking to us, because she hasn't been sick or anything. Luckily, it's all been discovered early enough that hopefully everything will be okay, and it looks like it's okay, but she does have to do chemo and surgeries and the whole 9 yards when it comes to all that yucky cancer stuff. And so, like I said, those kind of happened around the same time. And so it just was obvious to me, like, oh, I want to do this for breast cancer. Since then, we've discovered and found out that we want to support the National Breast Cancer Foundation. And in addition to setting up a GoFundMe if people want to support my mom directly as well. Luckily, like I said, everything looks pretty good for her, and we're not in a huge need that we're saying we absolutely need something. But if you want to support her, that's great. And of course, everything would help. But I wanted to put the main focus on supporting people who go through this in general. My mom's had 2 siblings and another sibling with a partner who's gone through it. And so, I mean, everyone has those stories. It's happened over and over and over again. And a lot of these cancer situations are, I wouldn't say preventable necessarily, but discovered early, and earlier treatment is always better than later treatment. And breast cancer is certainly one of those, where if people get in the habit of monitoring their health in several ways, including checking for any signs of breast cancer, your rate of it being a bad or a really bad thing, or like you can treat this early and it's good thing, it like changes drastically. So that's a lot of the National Breast Cancer Foundation stuff, is trying to not incentivize, but make people aware of what they can do to take care of their own health. And so we love to support that, but they also support other aspects of it as well. So that's my like token to my mom, who's given me so much. It's my way of displaying my affection for her, to support something that she's going through. Like, she supported so many of the themes I've gone through. And yeah, she's just always been there in my corner. And so, like I said, I try and be there in her corner now if I can.
to party? Who it up, she baby? I won't tell nobody. 내가 널 지켜줄게 however you want it, my dear. Do you want to party? Who it up, she baby? I won't tell nobody. 내가 널 지켜줄게 however you want it, my dear.
I know every mile will be worth a smile. Will go most anywhere.
Got my miles back there. He's sprinting, I'm sprinting. Oh, no. I'm way out the back. Oh no, I went too hard. Hill.
If you're on a hill, you're in the wrong place.
No, I shifted the wrong button.
Oh. You are approaching Alpe d'Huez.
Oh yeah, that's... Check that out.
It's in here. Turn for turn gradient.
Alpe d'Huez is?
They call it Alpe du Zwift, but it's exactly turn for turn, distance, everything.
Okay, I keep hitting the wrong buttons.
Okay. 2 miles.
It's not getting it exactly. What's going on? I bet you got that virus that I sent you. There we go. Holy.
Technically, I'm pretty sure on the WUCA side I've already done it.
No. I kept thinking this was all done now, but I went way up.
Will you find out what that last break time was? I'm pretty sure on the WUCA side I've already done it.
Really? Get me in there. I wonder what K-Day is.
Will you find out what that last break time was?
Yeah. You guys keep bumping into me. You're throwing me off. Hooking bars. Did it turn and go in the dirt?
There is dirt in Zwift, and there's cobbles now too. Yeah. And there's trainers that will vibrate like you're on cobbles.
That's unreal. How did you do this?
Okay, we are, I thought, almost 1 mile from 1,000 kilometers. Okay, we are, I thought, almost 1 mile from 1,000 kilometers. He lives.
I've been dropping banana peels. Yeah, no, dude. Yeah. Oh, that's the worst. It's going on already. You get whole hills, and you'll just shoot right at it. Got an achievement. Really? Yeah. I had one.
I was just told an approximate distance. It's 621.4. So we are 0.8 miles out now. 0.7.
Boy.
I was just told an approximate distance. 621.4. Nope.
I need a tea. I need a tea. Time out. Base, little potty break. That coffee thing.
You have to ride for 30 minutes.
Oh, dude, I can do it. Let me get ChatGPT up to see how I can hack this thing. Yeah. This is awesome, dude.
You have to ride for 30 minutes. .3 kilometers. Point 2. Point 1. 0.3 kilometers.
Yeah.
1,000. Woo! Let's go.
Nice work, buddy. And going.
1 minute from the 23-hour mark.
You got this. Unreal, Matthew.
Heck yeah.
Unreal.
So the longest known Zwift ride that's not official, but is a real ride, it's not official in any way, is 639 miles. So, not an official record. We've done all 14, but one more to bury it.
All right, 5 a.m. We're at 1,000 kilometers. You got that? 5 a.m. 1,000 kilometers.
Thanks.
There's Mama.
More cowbell. Congratulations. More cowbells.
All right, you got an hour more in you?
Yep.
Let's do it.
I've got 59 minutes.
59 minutes. You got this.
I got some fan.
All right, everyone, send your cheers for Matthew for the last hour.
Unreal, dude. Absolutely unreal. Freaking crazy.
17 miles, the longest Zwift ride.
You got it. You got it. Do it once.
All right, all you all.
It's like constant carrots all day long. Just a little while longer.
One more carrot.
One more.
It's only an hour away. No.
All day long.
Hey, how do you teleport? I gave up the last cheering. It's crazy, dude. I'm doing 325, and I just get popped after that. Like nothing. That's crazy. Like, how are you doing? Yeah, if I do 260, I'm gone. does the J stand for, Matthew?
Johnson.
Johnson.
My parents are Johnson. I'm half Navajo, and my dad's grandparents moved off the reservation. They eloped off the reservation.
Okay.
And they were completely Navajo. So they didn't have English names.
Yeah.
This would have been in like the 1940s.
Yeah.
So when they went to the doctor and stuff, they said you got to have English names back then.
Yeah, seriously.
So the doctor's last name was Johnson.
They went
So
with that, huh?
their last name became Johnson.
Yeah.
So I switched back legally.
So what's the...
Left-hand. Yeah, which my grandpa went by both. So
Left-hand or Johnson?
yeah.
That's cool. So how you feeling?
Oh, hunky dory, dude.
You broke 1,000K. Already? Yeah. You still got nearly an hour.
56 minutes.
Yeah.
This time's not right.
You put it so far out of reach that nobody's gonna. Generational talent. Oh, absolutely. That's what Tyler Pearce said about you. Generational talent.
Heck yeah.
The record's gonna stand for the next 20 decades. When you hit the record with 2 hours to spare. Yeah. The previous record was 590.
591, yeah.
Insane, dude. Absolutely insane.
So we're
So now he's past Denver and he's somewhere heading out into the Great Plains. Yeah. How are you guys feeling?
Yeah, we're-
I've been on here for like
I'm 100.
7 miles. Swift version. This guy is sweating. I just signed up for Zwift. First time on a trainer. Absolutely. Yeah, there you go. And now I realize that I rely off aerodynamics and grappling. I rely on dirt. My power is less than jump. Stop. Yeah. So Navajo, huh?
Yeah.
So my family's from Wampanoag,
Oh, okay.
East Coast.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chief Massasoit's my 11th great grandfather.
Uh-huh.
At the Mayflower.
There you go.
Nowhere close. So I think my last native relative was 5 generations.
Uh-huh.
Ways back. One of our layup guys
Yeah.
is he's Navajo.
Oh, okay.
He's whole. So,
Yeah.
oh my gosh. He's been out here for 16 years.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's awesome. What are you at right now?
625.
625. Oh yeah. Just putting on as many miles as you can. Make sure this record is untouchable for the rest of our lifetimes. There you go. Got some more guys out here. Want to do that too.
25.
boosted. Just to be, oh, I'm next to Matthew left hand. Don't mess him up. Oh, don't let me touch wheels. This is stale. I think it's this.
Higher cadence is actually preferred in Zwift, favored. There's bike upgrades now, and you guys are on like beginner bikes, so you're literally slower because you're on beginner bikes. Oh, if you're on Tom's account, I don't know what he has.
I'm on my account for Tom's bike.
Oh.
Just looking for something blind. I'm gonna blame this school down. Comments blowing up.
Heck yeah. Yeah, I got like 58 people with me. Probably 20 to 30 of them are friends that I ride with all the time.
Yeah. They're showing up.
Yep.
I'm too dehydrated to sweat.
Yeah, I got like 58 people with me. Probably 20 to 30.
Awake since 8 this morning or 7 this morning in soccer games all day. Yeah. 5. Got up, made crepes. Got everyone ready for 4 games. Here.
46 minutes from home. There's nothing you can do but ride.
Head down. Pedal, pedal, pedal. Incredible, dude. Unbelievable.
46 minutes from home. There's nothing you can do but ride.
Yeah. It's like reaching forever. This is about my little. Distracting you, dude. Story of my life. Yeah, I'm into it. Yeah, yeah. Easy, fast.
You guys are in. Kevin's sweating.
Ah,
Jason doesn't even sweat.
I know. Ripping. I got your fan going.
Oh, you got a little residual?
Yeah.
Little bounce off?
Yeah.
You guys are in. Kevin's sweating. Jason doesn't even sweat. Oh, you got a little residual? Little bounce off?
Not behind you, KJ.
Yeah, buddy. Give me a push.
You can punch me.
Yes.
Yes. Cheat punch.
Kid A, you're going the whole way. I've been there a couple times today. I've only thrown up almost 3 times.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Just this position.
Yeah. Yeah. All that water.
Yeah, gotta like stretch out and burp.
Unreal, dude.
I've been there a couple times today.
I don't even understand.
I've only thrown up almost
Awesome.
3 times.
Keep it up. You got this.
Just this position. It's like, yeah, gotta like, what is it? It's over 24 liters. Yeah.
You got him 3 times?
4 or 5. 6 minutes 18 off. I think that's probably less than you freewheel
Yeah.
on a lot of just rides.
For sure.
Yeah.
Way less.
Especially if you climb.
Yeah.
That's the beauty and terror of inside.
Yep. Just steady in concept.
Yeah. Especially if you climb. That's the beauty and terror of inside.
Game changer, dude. I use the coffee fake thing. I get. How you doing, bro? I got dropped like a bad habit.
Incredible. How we doing, dudes?
Doing great.
Feeling good, right?
Yeah.
Killing it, dude. This is unreal.
I was trying to match his cadence, like find the power. And I can't even like.
Yeah.
I like go a little bit. And then, you want to jump on? Yeah. Free seats, here you go. This one's dry.
I gotta wipe this thing
This
off.
one's dry.
I gotta wipe this off. I'm gonna take this home with power off.
Hey, look at this. I have to push that over. I got it. I did that.
That's all awesome. You guys look amazing. Yeah, don't I? Yeah. Those aren't your left handles, bro. I found the coffee break button. Yeah. And then like the power. What's that? Cheat codes. Up, down, down, left, right, left, right.
80-80. For the fatality and then the. Yeah.
I found some super fat. Yeah. Did you find the eco button? No. Where's the ketone button? Dude.
Free ketones, just like
Double zoom. Haven't you earned any?
I am far away.
No.
I am far away from ketosis with that burger. I not burger. I see a French fry right there, just pushing its way through.
Get some leg kicks while we're here.
Matthew, what's your RPM at?
64.
Try to match 270 at 64 pounds. So RPM 64, 270. So go up in power. I rely way too much on drafting off Tyler. I rely way too much on drafting off Tyler. Yeah. Dude. You grew up in California, but I don't know how to service that.
Last 2 bottles.
Yep. Normal formula 369 for a week, at least.
Don't even want to smell it. Huh?
No.
Yeah. You gotta sit on a trainer for a year.
Normala formula 369 for a week, at least. No.
Consistency of
Spin that one out. Holy beans. There's some motivation.
Babies are coming.
Stuff too, like we used to do it when you were little, like down. You see? Make sure you're flipped in. Here we have the same size foot. Yeah. Here, kid. Do it. I want to see this. I'll film.
So tempting.
Inside out and backwards.
So tempted.
Backwards, so you got the.
This looks amazing. On feet.
I will in a minute. It's gonna roll up. I was talking to Katie earlier, yesterday about, good diet, eating healthy, keto diet style stuff. But we talked about it.
It counts.
Yeah.
Talk about calories. We talked about not eating. Every licensed birthday. Hey, I was gonna give you it's amazing. How many times?
Strasser's outdoor record is 10:26.
10:26.
It's Strasser's outdoor record.
Hey, there's a bunch of people that can I'm enjoying this like 200.
You guys found a whole lot of Terrace Road. Dude. We've been here before.
Yeah, seriously.
There's
What a descent. It was coming down that thing. It's wicked.
I'm due. Every info.
Yeah.
Hi, baby. Hi, hun.
On the bike, yeah. He's almost good. He almost beat that. Yay.
Let's go.
That's gonna be my title. Yeah. Right hand donors. You're not a Zwifter. I'm spent. We're not doing too well. It's quite the Zwift experience for our first time. First timers. Yeah. Looking for a sponsorship, Zwift. Post our ride. Yeah. Can't even talk. Nestled in this group right here quite nicely. A solid like F minus, right?
Hey, sweetie. I'm sure she's on top of it. Will you go remind Bailey that we got to film the last 5 minutes?
Yeah.
I fit 300 watts at 23 hours and 50 minutes.
Unreal. Unreal.
Incredible, Matthew. But it doesn't even begin to describe it.
No. I know.
I fit 300 watts at 23 hours and 50 minutes.
Yeah. Just in and out. In and out.
And you need to see my distance.
So do you want Tyler over here too? Yeah. Tyler. You gotta see the time and
No. Who's the other witness? Okay.
So you want us like right over.
So, right at 6, you're gonna see this distance right here.
Got it.
Under my name.
Alright, I'm starting to film for 6 minutes.
We are 5 minutes exactly.
Okay, 5 minutes out.
Nothing wrong.
Right at 6.
Alright, what's your name?
Tyler Servants. Robert Young.
Awesome.
300 watts the last 12 minutes.
Pick it up, bro. You gonna sprint to finish?
Just take over. My sprint would be like 310 watts.
Yeah, this time is different.
300 watts the last 12 minutes. It's because there's a delay on YouTube.
That's a world clock. This is the time. So a bunch of 5s are going to show up here pretty quick. Take a picture of that.
I don't think that's what we need a picture of for the day.
Lucky fives. Matthew, give us some commentary as we close in on this. What do we got? Where are we at? How you feeling? Give us some thoughts.
I'll talk to you after. I'm doing 300 watts at almost 24 hours.
So whenever that one hits 6,
Yeah. I'll talk to you after. I'm doing 300 watts at almost 24 hours.
these are like a little bit off from this. That's okay though. Okay, so this has to be 24. Yeah.
watts, Brendan. That's not 310 watts.
Nope.
Go, Matthew.
Dang, dude.
Flexing.
Countdown, countdown.
Final countdown.
I can't take it. I can't take it.
Cowbells are coming. Woody, your biggest fan, your biggest little fan is over there. Gosh, you're putting out so many watts. Get it.
Got it. 426. Yes, sir. Never a freaking doubt. I gave us a long time ago. Yeah, I'm feeling bad. 1 minute. Whoa. Well, Matthew, 60 seconds over 500 watts. Oh.
It says let the block go there.
You guys don't stop.
Because we're a few seconds delayed with the stop.
So, JT, before you sound the thing, Tyler's gonna put his.
Just go off the stopwatch. That's what has to be off.
I'll watch it.
Stopwatches.
Almost there.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Less than 30 seconds. 20 seconds.
Well, why are you still going? Because I clicked at 6.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, I'm going right to 24. I'm stopping at 24. This is slightly off of that.
Oh, I stopped at 6.
Stop.
Stop.
There you go.
So this dropped watts. I was talking to Larry. We're gonna go off this fit file.
Okay.
From Zwift. So I'll hand you this.
Yeah.
I stopped mine when that said 6.
That's okay. We'll work it out. We'll work it out.
Yeah, buddy.
Where's my wheelchair?
Piggyback. Piggyback.
Yeah. Seriously.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to save your ride.
Yeah, go for it. Heck yeah.
Nice work.
Let's keep
dude.
the video and I'll show him to get my fit file off here. Hey Tyler. I'll show you to get my fit file off here. So if you go to home, this little home button or this log out button.
Yep. Right there?
Yeah. Hell yeah, I'm done. then open it back up.
Open up Zwift?
Yeah. There's a way to get it in here. Yeah, let's go. And then if not, we can get it off the website. Oh, it might have been on that home screen. So this is going to take us to the pairing screen. Here, let's just get it off the website. So hit my browser.
Are you using Safari?
Yeah. And then click right here. In the search bar.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good. And then hit Zwift feed. This is just me putting in my password. And then go to just me. Swipe over with 4 fingers this way. Yep, just me. Click on that bad guy. That little gear. And say download fit file. And then go to my email. And this might, that's good. Right, compose, type your name in there or whatever your email address is, it should pop up. There it is, the second one down. And then hit this right here. And it's the bottom one on that. You can just drag it in there. And this. Oh, grab it again and put it in here. Thank you. And hit send and you have it. You can send it off to him. I guess we could have sent it to him too, but you can send it to him.
So cool.
Thank you.
Good job, dude. You're amazing.
Holy crap, dude. 2 hours in, I was like, I'm not staying in TT. 22 hours. I was like, I'm sitting up the last couple hours. And I was like, you know what? You only do this once. Don't be a baby. Plus, you got to impress Pat. Yeah. I think I probably took 18 minutes standing. I'll calculate it, and then it's 6:18 break time. So 24 minutes out of Arrow. So 23 and a half hours. You're the man.
That's so great. Oh, you're dry.
I kept wiping myself.
You're dry and everything. Yeah. You're ready for bed.
Yeah. I'm ready for food, real food.
Yeah.
I said I'm not touching Formula 369 for a while.
Oh, dude.
We love you, Eric.
We love you, Eric.
Yeah, Eric.
You got me through it. 19.9 thousand.
I think that's like the most impressive part. Just drinking carbs the whole time.
24, 20 plus liters.
Yep.
Yeah. And imagine 12 2 liters.
And then additional salt was like
1,000 milligrams per hour.
Yeah, okay. Capsule.
No, it's in the mix.
Oh, you're just adding it.
Well, it's in it. I'm eating so much of it.
Right.
I have added it in the past, but since I'm eating so much of it on this, it's in there.
Yep.
And then I did take like probably 12 of these guys.
Oh, nice.
Throughout.
Yep.
And then I think I took 600 milligrams of caffeine.
Yeah.
Something throughout.
That's not a ton.
No, I took 800 at Sebring, and I was ready to fall asleep at any moment.
Yeah.
It was like borderline, like I'm gonna go off the road, but I'm fine.
Yep.
It'd be like 75 minutes, okay.
Yeah.
And then like 15 minutes of like,
It's so dark out there too. It's like, yeah.
The lights in here is so nice. Heck yeah.
One more time. I just wanted to see your exact finish distance.
Oh, did you guys see it on my thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
We videoed it, but here it is.
It'd be a little bit longer because I rolled
Yeah.
past that. So whatever you guys had was what it was, but
Incredible, dude. Incredible.
yeah. Yeah. I need my other shoes and clothes.
Hey,
Thank
good
you.
job. Congratulations, man. I'm so proud of you.
It's insane.
That is.
Thanks guys for coming.
Let me hold you up for a second.
For sure.
Yeah, if you pick me up, I might puke on you.
It's too hard.
Yeah.
We need a photo.
Tendons are like barely holding on. So